Morning everybody. We should be up and running. Have a quick look. Oh, it's not a great shot, is it? Move it there. Just check the volume's alright.
Morning everybody.
Volume is.
We should be up and running.
Welcome to the fishing stream. We are out. Oh, let's get a slightly better camera angle. Maybe something like that, I don't know. Let me just check that out. It's a tiny bit hard to see. No. I want something better. You can see the rod tips. I think that's probably, oh, little dink on the right hand rod. Your feet are sort of in the way a little bit. Another dink on the right hand rod. Okay, that's better. Right, so you join us and we are out early doors on the River Thames. And we are out trying to catch some chub or barbel. That's the plan. Part of our ongoing learn about the river, understand tactics, rigs, baits, where to fish. We're trying to build our knowledge up of our local stretch of the River Thames, which we know there's chub and barbel in this area, so that's a tick. So now we've got to work out where to fish, how to fish, and when to fish. So this is another trip out. Early morning to secure this peg for us, really, on the weir. So yeah, we've had one little chub so far on the right hand rod, and if I just talk about the peg for a second, I'll try and give you a little tour. The weir is on the right of us. There's two parts to the weir. There's a small entrance here and there's a larger part to the weir in front of me. So over on this wall, there's a sort of a backwater that gets created. So the water comes in from the right, runs fast down the wall, and actually runs out into the main flow of the river. I hope you can see that. And then actually what happens is the water returns on this left hand side, returns up towards us, and actually comes along this right hand side. So if I was to put a float in just in front of me, I'm very sure that it would actually go to the right hand side, which is against the flow of the river, just because of the way that the river's coming down. Speaking to the lock keeper, I understand that where the river comes right off of the weir up towards those reeds is 15 to 20 foot deep. It wasn't very specific, but I'm sure people don't plumb the depth too often, but it's very deep over there. The water would have carved that bedrock out over the years, so very deep over there. And I'm told that the barbel like to sit along the foam line and the crease. That's what I'm told. I've not seen it. I've not seen a barbel caught in this peg. I did see a picture. Someone posted it the other day in Sutton Courtenay angling, and that was a picture and it was from this peg. So I know there's barbel here. I've seen chub caught from here. We caught the 18-pound pike from here, and based on the amount of oxygen that must be here, I'm sure it's prolific for fish. So I expect this whole weir pool is full of fish. So that's the plan. We've got one rod out to the left. It's not on the crease. It was my first cast. I didn't quite get it to where I wanted to go. So that's out, I don't know, 20 meters in front of me. And the right hand rod is down to the right hand side. Both rods have got a 18mm halibut pellet on a hair rig, size 10 hook from Guru, and 8-pound main line and 50-gram feeder, 30-gram feeder I think it is, or 40-gram. So we're going to see. They seem to be holding bottom. We've got some ground bait, not really what I wanted. I had to grab what I had in the garage. So it's actually F1 sweet. I've got some dead maggot in there. I've got some crushed up cell boilie, and I've chucked in a few halibut pellets. So that's the plan. And we're going to sit here and we're going to wait for a bite. So like I said, we've had a bite on the right hand rod. That was a little chub. That's because we're fishing a short hair and the chub's able to get the pellet and the hook in its mouth. But we don't mind catching fish like that with a small chub, this big chub. And I'd rather be catching a few fish than sitting here for 5 hours, potentially catching nothing. So that's sort of the setup today. That's the setup. And we're going to see how generous the river's going to be to us. There's a lot of boulders on this part of the river. I think they're intentionally put here when the weir's built to intentionally push the flow of the river one particular way. You can see the fast water over there on that far bank. That would be great to fish there. And there's a few people that get boats, literally park the boat in the reeds and fish that fast water. That may be the key to actually catching barbel out of this area. But we'll see. But there's boulders in there, so the potential for losing gear is high. So I don't want to cast this left-hand rod too often. Not that I have an issue with losing gear, but I just don't want to litter the river with cage feeders and hooks if I can help it. So we're going to cast this left-hand rod probably on a every half-hour basis, something like that. And the right-hand rod maybe every 10-15 minutes. I'm much more comfortable at putting a lot of cast down this right-hand side. I understand there is some snags a bit more towards the middle, towards the weir. It's an indication on that right-hand rod then, but I think that's okay. So we're going to go for sort of 10-minute casts on the right-hand rod, half-an-hour casts on the left-hand rod, just to make sure there's some bait going in to the peg. So that's the plan. We've got till about lunchtime, and I'll probably run the stream for about 4-ish hours. So I'll make a note now. So I've just gone nearly half six. Because I've got 4 and a bit hours on the SD card, and oh no, there's 7 hours on the SD card. We're fine. We're going to run the stream till we leave. Power permitting, that should be fine. So yeah, we'll give it till past from now, and then we'll redo those rods. Rods for this is pretty much it's my method feeder setup for match fishing. Actually, it's 2 Daiwa Connoisseur 11-foot rods. They're old now. They're about 10 years old, 11 years old, those rods. And I've upgraded the tips. I need to get some new tips. I think there's a 2 ounce in one of them and a 3 ounce in the other. They both need to be beefed up to 4 ounce tips really for this fishing. And my trusty TDR reels with my Daiwa 8-pound ST. Everything suggests I should be fishing 10-pound line minimum. I've got some, but I've just not got round to respooling the reels, so you know, we're out with what we got. Get fishing one as a priority, and that's it really. Trusty little portable landing net with us, sends us bucket of ground bait. Also got 3 pints of soak pellets. I think what we'll probably do is maybe for the first 4 hours we'll fish like this, and then maybe for the last 2 hours we chuck some handfuls of soaked pellets in this peg on this right hand side, now that I'm comfortable the feeder's not moving around too much. So I think that's it really. We'll see how we go. Weather should be overcast but dry, and just got to not fall asleep really. It's a pull on the left hand rod. It would be really nice to get a boat out into the weir with kind of an echo sounding device to actually map out the structures under the water in the weir, in this weir pool, to know where to cast and where not to cast. So we'll give it another 5 minutes, and then we'll see. I think the camera angle's all right. Yeah, slightly wonky. So we're just fishing with a single chest camera today. It's a bit more convenient, and we're trying to travel light to the river. Something having a look around that left hand rod. Not sure this ground bait. Can you put those over there for me? I might need a little bit more water with that. Just try not to over wet the ground bait this morning. I think we need a little bit more water. Unfortunately, I forgot a spare bait box. Wasn't the smartest thing. I think we should put some more pellets in there actually. Yeah, put some more pellets in there. And if you, no, okay, I think. And actually, can you get me the box of soap pellets? It's the other one. Chuck some of these in. This is just my, you can see that this is just my leftover pellets. I put them all in a big box at home, and then when I go carp fishing with the kids, we will just take a few bait tubs full of this pellet mix and just chuck it in the edge, and it works really well. Just all random leftover pellets. More pellets, I think, from the soap pellets. Looks good, I think. Some more of that in there. Right. Thank you. There we go. Not the ground bait of choice, but it's what I had in the garage, ready to go. Right, let's do these rods. Oh, is that a bite on the left one then? It definitely dink like that. Okay, okay. Could be. Could well be. I don't feel confident enough to hit it. Just tighten up on it then. Leave it a couple more minutes, yeah? Don't think we'll do any harm. Just leave that left hand rod. Okay, somebody's definitely having a go. I'm not looking to interpret drop back bites really, I'm looking for absolute thumpers.
I hope there wasn't only that little chub there.
What's that?
I hope there wasn't only that little chub.
No, there's certainly more than that little chub down there. You've had some bites from some other little chub. Is that a spider on the line? It looked like a money spider climbing up that line. It's going to get a shock in a minute, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to leave that another minute or so, I think, and then I'm going to recast them. Early morning dog walkers having a look. Okay, if you take that right hand rod and I'll take this left hand rod and I'm going to lift it up high and hopefully not get snagged, and I think we have success in that, so that's good. So a quick look at this pallet. There's also crayfish around here, you know, that's a thing. We'll deal with them as, you know, well, I won't deal with them. I hope we don't get pestered too much by them. Right, get this left hand rod back out. Can you just stand up there with that rod? And I'm able to cast it here. Far forward as I can, I think. I'm going to try and sling it. It's the same sort of place, so I'm reasonably happy with that. But if it's quite where I want it to be, I might get some I might get a different set of rods for this, but let's see. And this one here is just going It's a different spot this time. It's more further down that little channel, which I wanted to try and avoid actually. I don't want to put it in that far. I think I could be pushing snag territory if I do that. Okay. What's that? See that those movements on that tip already, I believe, is small chublets and things hitting that feeder or hitting that pellet, moving it around. See all those vibrations? Absolutely small fish. Ah, well, it's not what I really want to catch, is it? Huh? Yeah. Look at you.
Got the pellet off.
He has got the pellet off. Cheeky little fish. Right, new hook length then, please.
You don't have a lot.
Actually, I can do this. No, let's keep with this one. I need the orange. No, maybe not. I need the orange needle out of there. I need a new drill pellet. Drill pellet out of the other bait box, please. Oh, I'll tell you what, can you also get the other in that bait, in that tackle box? There's another set of there's a new set of clear bait stops. These. So now what I need to do is take that old bait stop off, pull the line through, then I can put this bait stop on here just like that, and then put it back down and through. Actually, maybe leave that out on the wall because we'll need it again. So as you can just pull this thing through. It's just not quite big enough. There we go. See, I think that's nicer than the red one. So if we get a lot of those little fish, then I will adjust the rig. Still want a bit more water with that ground bait, but better that it is. Slightly on the dry side than wet side. Let's get some more water. That right hand rod, you on it? You're going to have to speak up, it's a very noisy weir.
It was the wind and...
Wind?
It
Wasn't wind. It wasn't wind. I was just thinking, look, you can see, look at these massive great stone slabs, you can see them here. So these massive stone slab there, and then you can see another one. And that's what will be in the river. I think it's some part of the weir design whereby they get put in to help with the flow of the river. Right, that feels a little bit better. Okay, right, where are we? Nearly 22. Settle down for the next fish. Left hand rod, dink dink. Right hand rod, shuddering. Can you see those rod tips all right? Yeah, you can. I need to just adjust that camera slightly, I think, just for the way that I sit, to try and level out the picture. Okay, something on the right hand rod, having a little play. Certainly a fish there. So right now we're fishing short hairs, so the hook is touching the pellet pretty much. So I'm expecting to catch some smaller fish. I'm expecting to catch some chub, hopefully some bigger chub. I know that I can lengthen the hair to reduce all of this, but as I said, I'm quite happy catching a few fish, you know. And with my son, you know, catching a few fish is better than catching no fish. Not sure what's going on with that left hand rod. The feeder in the flow somehow. What's that?
Look at the line.
Yeah. What about it? I can't hear what you're saying at all.
It's weird that the line moves like that.
You've got to keep that volume up, son. It's like a really noisy weir. I don't think my hearing's going. Wow, Mr. Mosquito. Not this time of the morning, please. I'm going to put my top on. I can't be doing with being bitten by mosquitoes on my arms again this morning. I'm sure they're only going to hang around for a little bit more. What time is it? 20 to 7. So if this is so based on those two fish, I think if we fished a float in there, I think you'd have a cracking sport. Just a little chubber style float with some maggot. I think there'll be you could have plenty of fish, and then maybe also pick up chub along the way. So there is definitely a return visit to this peg. Float rod in arms, you know. It's interesting to see how much foam comes off of that weir. I actually thought they were buoys out to the left hand side when we came this morning. There's actually lumps of foam. So you can rent boats just down in the town. And I think that maybe a boat rental might be a good idea.
You're not allowed to have boats in the weir.
Says who?
The boys over there.
Does it? So what about that guy that keeps parking in the weir then?
Well, you shouldn't park.
Does it say over there no boats in the weir pool?
No, but there's boys leading to the lock.
No, but that shows the so that those buoys are to show those canal boats where to line up to get ready for the lock. So it puts them down that channel because there's sandbars there, right? So those buoys are to indicate to the other boat traffic, the bigger boats that come down the river, not to come across there because that sandbar's there. If you're in just a little diddy boat, two-man boat, you can just come round by the tree and then come straight over to that side, drop anchor exactly where that boat does, park the boat with the back part, with the front part of it into the reeds, drop the anchor at the back and sit and fish that really deep run. That's what they're doing. On the basis that the barbel is sitting in that fast water, I think. That's what I think's going on. And just pass me the rig box and that, and I'll just hook up and I need a boilie, and I'll rig us up a boilie rig. I'll set us up on for a boilie. So rig's pretty simple. Don't take my word for it, we are still learning. 019 reflow power. That's going to be fine. Make ourselves a little hair. Just with a figure of 8 loop. Like so. One length of line. It's somehow got a knot in it. Okay. How's that happened? Can you put that in the bag for me, please? Have I got a knot in that line? Yeah, it is boiling. Morning everybody, just join us on the River Thames. Just doing just quickly tying a new hook length. Hopefully I can get that baiting needle through this boilie, no problem. Should be alright. The first time I've used a boilie in 30 years. It's funny. There we go, look at that. How tasty does that look? Right, let's get ourselves a length of line. Quick knotless knot. Get us a loop and we are ready to go. It's got Barbel written all over it, that. Pass me one of the ones one of the things we've used, Lewis. Thank you. You might switch that left-hand rod to that boilie on the next cast. Don't know that happen. You gently put that on there. It's not hooked up properly, so hold it and then put it on. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just put it on the side. Don't worry about hooking it up. That's it. Right, that back. Thank you. And that back. Thank you. And then you pass me the catapult. And then I think we'll put some pellets in. And just fire a few pellets down this right hand side, I think. In fact, I better throw them by hand. What's that?
You have to target up.
No, I think it's all going all around like that. Are we okay, right? Right, can you give the detailed breakdown of your technique before you caught these chub? Yeah, I just threw a load of pellets in. I think all we're trying to do is draw chub in from the weir pool into this section up here, if they're not here already. And that might be the case based on the time. Should we recast that right hand rod? You want to stand up because you want to lift it over any debris or rocks or anything. So you want to be holding the rod high, straight from the off. Quite confident yet on the momentum of that swing. It's not quite the same as chucking a method feeder to the rope. Straight away something's on it. I think that fish is on there, son. You're not striking fish's heads off, remember? This, it's not pike. Not more. Not. Okay, well. Alright. I thought you meant after we hit the spot. Like that. What's that? What's that? Well, it's all swirling around here. I don't think there's much movement. If you don't end up by the wall, look at the rod tip now. If you don't end up by the wall, this counter force is happening. I feel like I just want to put some balls of ground bait in. But we'll keep recasting frequently. We've got 5 hours at it, so we'll see. Right, little update, I guess. What, we just coming up to 7 o'clock. We've come out this morning to try and catch ourselves a chub or barbel, and we're very confident that they're in the peg. There's a bite on the left hand rod then. Okay. And we're fishing two different lines. We're fishing one line to the right up in this little I don't know what you call this, to be honest, to the weir, and they were fishing one further out into the weir pool where I imagine that the barbel might want to hang out. I'm not quite casting it far enough. The rod's causing that limitation in the tip, so I do need to get some stronger tips. But yeah, we've got one rod to the left, one to the right. Both are on 18mm halibut pellet from Dynamite, yeah. And we've got a couple of small fish on the right hand rod. There's clearly a load of small fish in this little part here by this secondary smaller weir. Need to come back and fish it with a little chub float. I think it's going to be great sport. But so we've got a few indications. We've had a few small fish on there. That's why this right hand rod tip keeps bending and bouncing around. I'm fishing hooks close to the bait, so I'm expecting to catch chub. I'm fine about catching some small fish. It's gonna, you know, create some entertainment for my son and myself, and hopefully we pick up a couple of better fish along the way. That's the plan. And yeah, so we're just another morning out by the river trying to think about where the fish are going to be, what tactics we need to use and what rigs. So far the rigs seem fine. I'm just fishing straight through 8-pound Daiwa ST to a bead, feeders on a run ring, and then a hook length of about 2.5 foot of reflow power to a size 10. I can't remember the pattern. Barb, micro barb hook from Guru. So yeah, everything seems all right. if I lose gear to this left hand rod, which I might do because I understand there's boulders and all sorts in the river, then I'll change the rig and fish with like a weak link. But at the moment, you know, my view is cast it every half an hour, and when I retrieve it, hold the rod high, so we'll see. Got a 50 gram feeder on the left and a 40 gram, 30 or 40 gram on the right, I can't remember. I was expecting I'd need something a bit stronger to hold the bottom on the left, and I don't really know what not holding the bottom properly would look like. I imagine the rod tip will keep bending over, but that seems fine. It's a bit, you know, more difficult to work out, I guess, because I'm more aligned to the flow of the river, as if I was in it versus sitting on the bank casting into it. So it seems alright. We'll redo the right hand rod at 10 past. I'm wondering if we should just chuck a couple of handfuls of pellets on that right hand rod, Lewis, from the soaked box. There's clearly small fish there. Thoughts? Huh? No. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we need to put more
in the ground bait, then it starts getting bites, and then after that 5 minutes
it stops, right?
Yeah.
Conclusion that the ground bait's attracting the small fish. They realise they can't eat the big pellet and then they go. But then that would suggest that they're eating all of the bait. So effectively we're just sitting there with a pellet. So maybe we should chuck more pellets in there so there's some more food, and hopefully maybe attract some bigger fish. You think the small, it just means the small fish are going to hang around for longer? Yeah, tricky one that. Answers in the chat, please. What's the right approach? Well, if you think about that Des Taylor video that I watched yesterday, he would say that that's absolutely fine because you're feeding the little fish, and then there's still food for the bigger fish. At the moment, we don't have really any offerings for the bigger fish, apart from the other pellets that we've thrown in, actually. So we have thrown some pellets in. Not too sure. Because in that case, we might as well just leave the right hand rod in and not bring it out. Huh? Yeah, we're saying we just want to feed pellets over the top of it, yeah? So maybe that's the wrong rig on that right-hand rod. And that right-hand rod should just be a straight lead, not a feeder. And then the bait that goes into that swim is what we chuck into it by hand, because we can reach it by hand. But then we do have to keep feeding though. Alright, good little chat, discussion, try and work it out. So we can change that right hand rod to a straight lead. Huh? Yeah, over there? Yeah, I see him. Did he? Or he, she, it? Yeah, they're small, but because they're blue, they're really easy to see because they stand out against everything. It's just a kingfisher trying its luck. Maybe doing better than we are. So straight lead down there, and maybe change to luncheon meat, or keep on the pellet. Huh? Well, the pellets are also tasty for the chub and the barbel. We do have the opportunity to change it. I'm just trying to think, if you put a ball of pellet in, where's it going to go? Or is it just going to swell and just, you know, be gone? I think the feeder's right. If we're trying to introduce bait to the swim that we can't reach, but because we can reach it, we can fish it with a straight lead instead. So we bring it out, we'll switch it over. No, not yet, not yet, not yet, I don't. Give it another 5 minutes or so. But we still use the feeder on the left hand rod because it's where we can't put the bait out easy. Yeah? Oh, there's fish topping down that at the end of that fast run. I'd imagine it'd be quite good in that pool, you know. Maybe that's why that peg's popular. Or just because it's a peg you can access to fish the weir without needing the lock license. There's a peg down on the left hand side, kind of at the bottom of the weir pool, that's really popular. There's no one there today, which is unusual. I think a lot of people fish to this sort of little island that's here. I'm told there's lots of chub to be had down there as well. Although, if there is chub that are living in this bit to my right, it's taking significantly longer for a bite than I would expect, really. If they're here, you know, I'm dropping on top of their heads. I would have thought it would have been better. So I am wondering. I think we can stay on the feeder on the right hand side actually. I don't think it's doing any harm. Huh? Time is nearly 7:15. Right, let's bring these rods in and have a recast. That left hand rod has unfortunately become snagged. Problem I was told about that happens. First anglers have arrived on that peg on that left hand side. Hopefully this is just the hook length that goes and not the feeder.
You're pulling it back. Then you pull it.
And I've got the feeder, not the hook length, but that's fine. What's that? Huh?
Is that what it was?
I don't know, what did you say? way fish hook length. Put that down there. So I'll switch that one to that boilie one. Please. Lift that rod up and then I'll put this one back out. Lift that rod up. So I try and chuck it nearer, but over there. So we have a different... Huh? Level with the sign, right? So more there. Give that a go. Maybe a bit further than we should have done, but let's see. This right hand rod, if we're on top of their heads, I'm confused about why we're not getting bites. They're living here. Makes me think they don't. Huh? Where else?
They could be, you know, the tree in the water over there.
Well, they could be living in the weir pool down round here.
So there,
What's that?
over there.
Yeah, this is making me think. Well, we've been here what, an hour? That was quite a big. I'll take all that back now. That was quite a big jerk. No, it wants to be dunk, dunk, dunk. They're small fish.
No, I think it's big. Not the same.
You can strike that, but don't strike crazy. I don't want you to. It's this winding down that you do like it's a pike. It does scare me. Right, so it's.
You get it back in.
So I think what it is the bait goes in, and then
That was a bigger fish. It's not the vibration.
I think the chublets bring the little chub come rushing to it because of the feeder. And then that's the end of it. And that's a little chub. Ooh, learning the river. Morning, everybody. You join us on the Thames, trying to catch some chub and barbel. We've got small chub attacking the right hand rod. And that's a consequence of fishing a feeder, and I've got an 18mm pellet on it. I've cast that left hand rod in a different place, and it's just tightened right up. I'm going to bring that in. I think that's a bit too far, that left hand one, son. You bring the right hand one in. I think that was just a little bit too much into the flow. Fishing a boilie on the left hand rod. Come on, we're trying. Right. Yeah, but we're not trying to catch the small ones, are we? So, go up there with that rod, and I will get this one out. Not as far this time. Yeah, about there. Level with the brickwork. I'm told I'm casting onto, well, I'm told that there's a lot of boulders under the water there.
They're smaller than your fish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's loads of little fish in there. Well, I can't fish that bait. Can't fish that bait. I don't want to fish that bait. So there's loads of little chub down there. We need the needle and a new pellet, please. It's a load of little chub. Dace and roach, I think. And it goes in, they're all attracted to it. Just keep an eye on that one. And after a while they all go away. I'm just trying to work out quite how to fish it. And you know, there's plenty of little fish here. Trying to work out the right method, you know. See there, cast it in, bang 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 bang. Little fish are all attracted by the ground bait. The pigeon flew into the line. Oh. It was a pigeon. They keep flying along that line, and I was thinking earlier it's about time, you know, at some point a pigeon's going to fly into that. That was lucky. A pigeon.
You said at some point
Pigeon. So this right hand rod, we cast it in, tap 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 tap. Fish are either attacking the ground bait in the feeder. Yeah. It's not a bite though. So the right one. It could be that it's not holding the bottom and it's moving. So right hand rod, cast in, tap 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 tap. Small fish, can't get the pellet, and then eventually they'll leave it alone. Left hand rod. That now looks like a bite.
Bikeable bite.
Right hand rod again. Da, 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 da. We need to put some more pellets in, I think. We need to feed this right hand peg. Okay, if I grab a load, at least say to me you've got some. So I don't want to put in too many, right? We need to be feeding it, you know, every little and often, and not quite so much. So that left hand rod now has gone. Well, in my mind it's just gone really slack. Why has that gone slack like that? Huh? No, but the line was tight. Why is it now? This is like Dumb and Dumber fishing a river. Is that a massive drop back? Let's wait. If the barbel's got it, it's going to go the other way in a minute, which it now looks like it's doing. But it's not going with speed, so could be that the feeder's moved. Sorry? So I cast the feeder out, and it could be that the current has pushed the feeder left slightly, and it may have landed on a boulder or a rock and it's come towards us. Could be. Could also be that the fish has grabbed it and moved it. We'll just leave it for a bit. We're fine. Let's work on the principle that if there is a... Huh? Yeah, let's work on the principle. If there's a barbel attached to the end of it, at some point it's going to swim the other way. So we'll be fine. So as you see on this right hand rod, after the initial interest from the small fish, then there's nothing. Although there's another small fish having a go at it. So I'm wondering, maybe the right idea for this right hand swim is to just fire pellets over it. Fish a straight lead just with pellets. Not too sure, but morning everybody. Let's see.
There's a little wall where the two
So we'll leave it in till, well, for a bit anyway. I want to leave it in for at least another 5-10 minutes. I'm really unsure about what that movement on that left hand rod is really indicating, what's going on in the river. You know, the river, you know, is quite active here with fishing off of a weir. I'm told there's boulders under the water. Even says there's a big sign that says danger, obstructions below the water. I'm sure that if anyone decided they were going to dive off, they'd probably kill themselves because they're going to hit a lump of concrete. Which is what that warning sign's for. And you can see the big, just down here, I can see a big slab of concrete here. I can see another one there. And the lock keeper said that there was big boulders all the way down this sort of run from that sign off this side. So it's, you know, it's a bit different. I'm told this is a reliable peg. I've seen someone catch some really good chub out of it. I don't know quite where from. If the water flows from right to left as it comes out of the weir and goes along that far bank, it creates a sort of a, I don't know if you call it an eddy, but a backflow actually, that from the water from my left flows from my left to my right up to this tiny weir that's also pushing water in along that brick. So it goes circularly anti-clockwise as I look out onto the weir pool. And I think it's going to take us a few times of fishing it and casting in slightly different spots to try and understand where it might be a good place or not. As I was explaining to my son, we've got to try and work out rigs, water conditions, bait and feeding and all sorts of stuff at the same sort of time, which is quite tricky until you fish it a few times, you start to understand and catch a few fish and then remember what you did. But if there's a load of chub and they're all living in that swim, if they're all living in front of us, son, on this right hand side, then why aren't we getting any bites?
Yeah.
No, if there's decent chub, they say £3 plus, and they're all living there, then why aren't we getting bites? Are they living further up there? Are we too far down the river?
About halfway. Very back at the
Well, we were told that there was a snag further up towards the weir. But where's the fish there? Are we drawing fish from in there, up there? Or are we hoping that fish up there swim down here? Got to try and have a think about it. Because if we're fishing on top of their heads and we've been fishing it for an hour and a half, then we should have had a bite by now. In my mind. Is it a case that the fish live there and the first cast in spooked them? And now they're off in the weir pool somewhere. Where are you, Chub? You're not in that fast water, I don't believe, by the wall. Maybe they're further up this bit, or maybe in this near side. What's that? I can't hear you, you've got to speak up.
The guy who was here before, I think, had one over there and one. I don't think that.
One where?
I don't think he had anything in the room.
The guy that we were speaking to? No, he had one in the middle here, a bit further up, so he might not be further enough up. And he had one out towards the crease of the, along the line of the concrete, which is where I've chucked it now.
I think he got both of his cut out.
You got what?
I think he got both of them out of the line.
We don't know where we caught the chub, really, do we? You know, I don't want to think that that's much difference between there and there, but maybe it's a load of difference. that a bite then, on that right hand rod? I think it was. It's quite interesting, you stand looking at the weir pool and then people walk over the weir and they point like we're some display at a zoo. So we're going to give it another 5 minutes and then we'll recast. And on the right hand rod I'm going to try and cast it further up towards the weir. 25 to 8. Huh? Okay, it's a bite on the right hand side. Small fish again, I think. Indications on it. I wonder, you see where this flow here that comes off the brick wall hits the weir pool? I wonder if it's worth dropping one there.
Well, this place here, where it's hitting, is changing the whole time. I've been watching. Now to change it again, it's a lot of flood.
The other thing about this weir pool is it also depends on which log gates are open the most. These ones nearest to us, these weir pool gates, I don't think are open very much, and the ones on the far are open quite a lot.
The ones on the far end are open.
Yeah, I don't quite know how that affects the swim either. Because there's not a lot of water running through these ones and there's loads of water running through those. Is that because those are open further than these? I'm not quite sure. What's that?
The private ones also have the river going to the bridge.
Yeah, if the lock keeper will come at some point to check our permit, but you know, I think it's worth asking him. You know, is there a variation, which means that the fast flowing oxygenated water right now is right out over there and not here. And if the Barbel are looking for oxygenated water, then they're going to go to over there today, not where we're fishing it. Huh? Well, yeah, so you know, is that another dimension to the peg that you need to have a think about, you know, what's happening with the lock gate? And if the lock is open, so if the weir is faster flowing over there, you know, and that rules out casting to there, you've got to fish a somewhere different method here to catch. I don't know why I fish lakes. It's a lot easier. Right, let's bring them in and we'll have a little think. Oh, it's snagged again. So, I've learned I can't hear you. I absolutely can't hear what you're saying to me. So, what I do know is that's 2 casts that same place. And that's 2 rigs gone. And that time the feeder's gone. So, not casting there again. What are you trying to tell me? Move it to the left a bit so I can see it more. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's absolutely solid with those little
I saw one
jublets.
I saw one big one.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 2 times now in that same spot. So I'm not casting in that run.
Yeah.
The last time, the first couple of casts were further this way in this bit, and they didn't get snagged up.
I think we should put 2.
I'm going to try 1 further up there and 1 down here. Okay? All that line's. So, can we just re-rig this first? So I need a feeder. Can we let's put that one down. Let's just get this one sorted out. So we need a feeder on a rung ring.
30 grams.
Huh? What was the one you had on here first time?
50. 40.
What's the one you had on here first time?
50 grams.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let's have another 50. We need a rung ring. Please? And then a bead. It's like a shocker, so it absorbs some of the impact of the feeder coming down and hitting the buffer bead. Bead? Oh, I need one of these. And then the orange thing to make a loop. And then the disgorger, the little one, please. And then new hook lengths, please. Right, let's get this back out. In a new spot. So we know that in line with those, that concrete is boulder, boulder, boulder. So just out into here, just a little lazy chuck with a 50 gram feeder. Like that. We'll try there. That's the new spot for that rod. And then this one. So I'm going to try and cast it up here now, yeah? Okay, so I know where that's gone. So it's level with that overhanging. You see that overhanging ivy? It's over there. And again, small fish attacking it straight away. Right. Why's what? I don't know. Let's talk about the Ginster's recipe for sausage rolls. So that's. I nearly hit that then.
You hit it on me.
Just look at that. There's loads of small chublets. Loads of small little chublets. What my son was saying was there was loads of fish just trying to attack the pellet or following the pellet when he was bringing the rig in. So this whole pool is full of small fish, which probably explains why I caught the 18-pound pike just down the left here. Loads of fish up here. You know, loads of knocks on the rod, but they're all small fish. How many rigs have we got left? One. He passes the box and a couple of the blue things, and I'll have to retie a couple of rigs then. And then after I've done that,
Boilies or pellets?
I'll do one boilie, one pellet, I think. Actually, I don't need the boilie. Realised. Just need to tie the rigs. Right, hooks might become the problem. No, we've got a few.
hand's also good.
Nothing like the right hand one though. Just shows how many small fish are on this right hand side. So we'll put, can you get me a couple of, oh, that's all right. Get these rigs made up.
How much foam is over there?
Yeah. You class this a boilie, I think. Let's make another boilie rig up. Don't throw those in unless we ever talk about what you're throwing in, where, why, and how many.
Just many. That was already higher than 10.
For what purpose, and where are you going to put them? Huh? Well, I don't think you're going to reach. So you can't reach where we've just cast the rod to by throwing them. Don't try either. Yeah. So just a few. So just fire like 3 pellets out. Otherwise, we're just going to chuck bait all over this shop. Yeah. So, do you understand where I've put the bait, son? Yeah, but by the fast water. Look where the line's going. Yeah? Okay, yeah, that's better. It's hard enough as it is. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know, casting them in the fast water is the right idea, because they're, you know, where are they going from there? Huh?
I thought boilies were hot.
They are, relatively speaking. Dog. You watch the rods and have your arms available to get the rods. Especially, can you have your arms available to grab a rod before it gets dragged in? Please. Thank you. Looking good. What barbel wouldn't want to eat that today, eh? Question is, where do they want to be? We have 2 other hooks with us apart from those, so. What's that?
I'd rather eat the boilie.
You put those back up there. You put those back up there and pass me a pasty, please. Thank you. bottle of Coke in the bag. This right hand rod's not right, we've got to think about this. It's not it's not doing enough. So I wonder if we need to throw a few balls in, which I'm going to do. I'm trying to make sure I do it. So I'm going to go for the sign to the middle. Okay. So sign towards the middle. One more, I think. Okay. And then that bait, I've just seen it, that flows up towards the weir. Okay. So we're going to start increasing the bait in this swim. Which I think is the right thing to do. Small fish frenzy on the rods, watching it. The same as before, as soon as it goes in, tap tap tap, and the question is whether there's a big enough chub that's going to be able to grab the pellet and the hook and get hooked. But loads of little fish. There's a bigger thump that we could have hit if we had the rod in our hands, but it's not from a big fish, it's from a small fish. What's that?
What is that?
What's that?
There's water coming out.
You got to speak up.
What is the thing?
What?
What's that
Speak
thing?
up. Speak
What's
up.
the wall? What is that wall?
What do you mean? What is the wall?
Water's coming out of there.
Oh, it's another part of the. It's another weir gate, but it's got a grate over the top of it. Right? And there's another weir gate there. There's something of better interest on the right hand rod, I think. Right, so where are we? Just gone 8 o'clock, 10 past. We've got a few fish on the right hand rod, nothing on the left. We've lost a couple of rigs on the left hand rod, one hook length, one everything. That's casting in line with that concrete danger sign, so we know to stay away from there now. This clearly is some boulders and stuff that cause some problem. But the more I cast around it, the more I find them, and then, you know, the more I'll learn about it. On the right hand side doesn't seem to be any snags. There's a lot of small chublets that attack the ground bait. Oh, that's an indication on the left hand rod. That's the first sort of bite on the left hand rod for hours, really. For the last couple of hours, just a big old dink. The same sort of that we get on the right hand rod all the time, but when this left hand rod goes in, it's not the same flurry of activity. So I'm not too sure what's out, you know, where I've cast it. So on the left hand side, I need to learn where to cast to avoid the boulders, that's for sure, which is fine. And on the right hand side we seem snag free, but I'm upping the bait, I'm chucking in the peg on the right hand side. The ground bait I do put in, on this side, it's not in the fast flow from right to left, it's in the back flow from left to right. So I do put it in, it does go to the right hand side towards the weir gate. So I'm wondering if the next time when I cast, I should cast a little bit closer to the weir gate, but still continue to feed in the same place. So I think that's the plan. And then we're going to up the feed on that right hand side. I'm going to re-feed again in another 5 minutes. I think there's lots of fish there. So I want to give some opportunity to stimulate some action. I'm not sure where the bigger fish are or where they live, or whether it's a case of they're out in the weir pool and at some point during the session, and maybe this is what happens to people, they're out in the weir pool and sometime during the session they come into this channel here to have a little look for breakfast or lunch, and then if you happen to be fishing here at that point, you catch one. That could be the case.
I think the barbel might also be in that area over there. That's very bad. Behind the
Well, the guy that caught the 2 chub that we saw here, he had 2 chub. And I don't remember how many hours that was.
Right.
Left hand, something's on the left, playing with the left hand rod. Yeah, so that tells me that he's not sitting on top of the chub. The chub are coming into this peg. They could well be coming up this left hand side with the flow. It's not fast water because it's the return, and then they're having a little look around here, and then if you're fishing there at the time, all good. But I don't think they're living there. That's the feeling I've got. That is the feeling that I've got. Otherwise, I'd expect we would get bites. Huh? From better chub, not from these 3-ounce fish. That's what I think. I think they're coming up into that channel. And then this left-hand rod, I've got to avoid the run from that concrete. So I think I have to fish this side of it. And it may be a case that the barbel run along the fast water edge. But right now, that's right over the far side, because I think the far gates on the weir pool are open more than the ones this side. Which is an interesting dynamic for the peg, which means when you come fishing it, we need to bring a few rods and then fish the peg even more so based on the conditions of the peg at the time. But you know, that's sort of what I expected with fishing a river. You know, on the basis that, you know, the river is constantly changing. And it may be that the lock keeper wakes up and switches the lock gate, the weir gates. But I think that's what he does. But if more often than not it's those far gates that are open, then we can take these rods back, go and get the 3-ounce Tesco rods and start chucking leads right over there. Oh, I'm not sure if that was a bite on the left then. Huh?
Look at the tree above.
I'm not worried about the tree above. He's watching the rod tip. So maybe that's what's needed. Switch these rods out and go and get the, because you know, do we have to be casting right over there? You know? It could be a case that that's exactly what we have to do. Another little ball of ground bait on this right hand side. So look, even you can see the fish in the shadow of the ground bait straight away. Yeah? Is that what I need to be doing? Casting over there. Like right over there. Because look, if you can see, but all the water from the weir runs down that side, and then all of this water here is all moving this way. It runs round there, and then it comes back up this way. If you put a pike float in here, which is what we did, the pike float just works its way up the river here. It comes up here, and then up towards this bit of weir here. Huh? Hardly moves, right? Hardly moves. Because this water is coming this way, but it's really slow. It's really slow. Whereas those pellets you fire into that fast water, I think go vroom, straight down there. So we're going to fish in this slow bit intentionally, all right? So in the middle, where we know the water just flows to the right slowly, that's the spot we're going to fish today. And then we're going to work out, is there fish there or not? This is what we're trying today. And then we know. We've got a few chucks around. We know there's a load of small fish there. They start increasing the bait that goes in. And see if we stimulate something happening. All right? That's the plan. And the left hand rod, in order to get it over to there, it would need to be a 30-gram feeder, which wouldn't hold the bottom. So we'll continue with this sort of lazy chuck here and see what that gets us for the day. We got 4 more hours, 3 more hours, something like that. See what we can muster up. Well, I think what you need is you need a good amount of bait out here, so when those chub or barbel do come into this section here, they stay here to feed, and that's when you pick a fish off. Maybe I'll put some more of that pellet in there. Some smaller pellets in there. This is just a mix of leftover pellets that just soaked overnight, so they are nice and soft. 2 mils up to 11 mil pellets. They're boiling on top of that bait straight away, look. Right, let's recast. Oh, okay. Another who wants to keep their rig. Another feeder gone. Right.
Not passing there.
It's getting quite an unpopular spot with me. Yeah. Right, we need to not be doing that for a second. Got it? So we'll put one here and one here. Now. So you're casting in the middle where that sort of reed is that's there now, right? Not there. But look, it's solid with fish, straight away. Huh? What's the problem? Yeah, okay. Well, that's not going to be a problem.
They're loose.
So it's got to be more like that. Okay. So, new rig. What's that on that one? 40 gram? Huh? No, I think it's a 40. Actually, let me put that bigger 30 gram on. So the first couple of casts, or the first few casts on that left-hand rod, I did them all right, and there was no. That's how I did them all right. There was no snags. Boilie rig, please. And then the last 3 have all got snagged up. We've not been in the same place. Keep it on the rod, please, sir. Keep it on the rod. Well, the hooks are certainly sharp, that's for sure. How is that possible? So we're going to put this one down here, sort of level with the end of the concrete. I'll put that one there. Look at those little fish. Look at them go. You see all the black shapes across the shadow of the ground bait. Look at that.
Even now.
I know, look at that. What a lot of fish. What a lot of fish. Just throw a cast net in here. That's what we need to do in this peg. Right, let's tighten that one up a little bit. And that one. Okay. So the first few casts, I cast that way, towards that mud bank. Then I've cast, I've not lost the feeder. Then I've cast there and lost the feeder, and then I've cast there and lost the feeder. So now we're working off, let's try. Put the feeders, well, we're just trying to fish this area now. Left hand rod, bouncing around, bouncing around, bouncing around. I don't know if that's your foot.
No, it isn't.
And we're just going to put plenty of bait in. Plenty of these pellets in this ground bait now.
I'm gonna put some on.
Don't throw those in independently. Just put some more in the ground bait. Absolutely solid with pellets now. I'll put another ball out here. Maybe another one. There, look, 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 look. See that? The ground bait just clouds up there a little bit. You don't need to pull that so hard. You're only throwing them over there. Just, you're better off throwing them. So we'll put some bait here at the entrance, and we'll put some bait there in the middle. And let's see if this catches us a fish. We can scale down, obviously, you know, to catch those smaller fish. That's not what I'm looking to do. I'm going to recast these in 15 minutes at 10:2. And now I'm thinking that the fish aren't living here. The fish are coming into this area to feed. And we need to have a good amount of bait there when they come, and that's how people may be catching them. So that's the working principle after fishing it for a couple of hours. It's such a small area, you know. If the fish were there, I would have expected us to get a, you know, if the bigger fish were there, I would have expected us to catch one. Equally, it could just be that they're not there right now because they fancy going somewhere else, but I don't think this right hand side is where they're living. I think they're coming in here. But we're only going to know if we fish it and try some different things out, so that's the plan. So we've got an 18mm cell boilie on the left hand side and a 18mm drilled halibut pellet on the right hand side. So we're covering our bait options. I was thinking we can probably only fish till 11, so we've got 2 and a bit hours. There's a packing up, getting the car. So in 2 hours, all this ground bait needs to have gone. Because there's no point in keeping it, I don't think. They move those people that were on the far bank. I can't see them now.
I can see that one there, rod.
Can you?
Black.
Nope. Bite on the left-hand rod. Certainly good indication. Now on the basis that's a 18mm boilie, that needs to be a better fish, or it's a liner, but that's got a positive indication. I like that.
Maybe the chub are coming.
Sorry?
Maybe the chub are coming.
I can't hear you.
Maybe the chub are coming in.
Yeah, maybe. It could well be that we've got to put more bait in and they come into this area and then they feed. I don't know, but you know, maybe that's the case. As I said, if they were here permanently, I don't know why we didn't get a bite in the first 2 hours.
Maybe that's more way.
Sorry?
Maybe they just don't want to feed or they're more way.
Yeah, maybe. But we've got to work on, you know, we've got to try and work some things out and rule some things out. So that's what I'm trying to do now by putting more bait in and seeing if that gets us bites. So we're going to keep putting bait in and we're going to keep recasting and we're going to see. We'll give it another couple of minutes and we'll put both rods out again. Followed by an extra ball of ground bait. See if it makes a difference. Just imagine fishing gold for carp on a match and just casting your bomb out and not putting any bait over it, or fishing down the edge with your float and not putting any bait in. Oh. Right, let's recast them. I cast that right hand rod first this time. Right, nicely. No snags. Everything's alright. So half that pellet's eaten. But we'll still put it out, it's still good enough. Let's go in. Yeah. Look at those small fish straight on it. Look. It explains why you get all those indications. bigger. Sort of on the crease of that fast water. Maybe that's good enough. And if you're a barbel, is that a good enough spot? Who knows? Right, can you see if there's a Nature Valley bar in the bag? Huh? No, in the rucksack.
Also got a,
Oh yeah, let's put that back then. Let's go for the monster munch then, I think. For the monster fish we're going to catch. Oh, which rod was that? Something's attacking the left-hand rod, which has got the boilie on it. Again, indications on the left-hand rod. I've got twigs. What have you got? I'm just wondering if it's a fair assumption that if the pike's going to hide under the boat, why aren't the chub going to hide under the boat?
There's a pipe there.
Huh?
There's a pipe.
Yeah, that's a good point. I spoke to the guy in the tackle shop. You know that bit of river that we walked down where there was no pegs? Apparently there isn't. There's pegs on the other side, on that bit. And you know when we came to the where the other weir is, the other big weir, all of the pegs that have been made, you've got to cross that other weir and they're on the far bank. Not the bank we walked down. So we're going to have to go exploring down there again at some point. Well, I said that we'd hardly seen the anglers, and he said that he's... Huh? Have you got a fish? He's whining a lot, isn't he? He's landing it. It's that tiny little chub. Huh? Yeah, it seemed a bit strange.
It could have been the people at the car park.
What's that?
It could have been the people at the car park.
No, that was at 5:30. And they turned up at 7.
Frankly. And the way that. I don't think that was right.
I can't see from here. I don't know how you can.
One more.
Oh, morning, Mark. We've had a couple of little chub. Little chub, like 3-ounce fish. Just trying to work the peg out. It's absolutely solid with small fish to the right. If I chuck a ball of ground bait in, they boil all over it. I know that this chub come out this peg and barbel, and I think that they may come into this area to feed, and it's a case of just waiting it out and putting a load of bait out. So we'll see. It could also be that they come on the crease of the weir with the fast water, but I think the further gates are open and these ones aren't, so I think they may push the fish too far out. So I'll go have a chat with the lock keeper. But we've lost a few rigs on this left hand side. I know there's boulders, I was warned about it. So I don't really know where to chuck the rigs to not have that problem. So it could be that it's you do catch out these pegs, but you know, you've got to be prepared to lose a load of gear on the way. So yeah, we'll try and work it out, and we haven't done it yet, so you know, we'll see how it goes. It's all right though. It's a nice pleasant morning. I do want to come back and fish it with a loafer float though down in here. I think it'd be great fun. Where are you off to today, if you've not already left? Get me that white cable, which I think might be in the bag. Yeah, the white one. It's in this bag. Did you kick that left hand rod then? Okay, the left hand rod jerks around quite a lot. Keep an eye on it a second. Yeah, it's a bit windy here for a waggler. Good luck, mate. Have a good day. Maybe it's a day for the method. Fish the bomb. I would love to be able to cast to the left, knowing that it's a decent clear spot. Which I think is something we need to fix, son. Because I'm sure when we were here before, the fast water was running right the other side of that concrete. Although both times I've chucked on that line, I've got snagged.
You were fishing slow.
Huh?
You were fishing quite slow.
No, I mean today. Both times I've chucked on that concrete line, I've got snagged up. What about one of those? I haven't got any, but what about one of those slow sinking feeders?
We have like a feeder that releases the ground bait later, so that the smooth will stay at the top and the ground bait goes to the bottom.
Yeah, a window feeder would help with that.
Oh look, there's people running. So yeah. I think they must do it every Saturday then.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's a tough.
It's like the attack of the park runners. Look at that. Yeah, a window feeder would be better for that, son.
Is it banana?
Yeah, that's if they're up in the water, you know. It's one of those funny days. There was a lot of rain around here yesterday, and it's windy today. But yeah, one of those slow sinking feeders might be the order of the day. I've really got to work out how to chuck this feeder down here somewhere and not get snagged up. We really need to work that out.
I think I see like a just behind the no, it's from the
Right, so a recast. Okay, one intact boilie. So I'm going to give it a go on this left-hand side. Can you pull that out, son? Son? Yeah, son. Put it out. Boilie's half. The thing's half gone again. Pellets. Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure I did. Right, so if I cast it to there, I lose it. So I need to cast it more to there. Right? You see in that flat water? Do you see that, son? Huh? There, you see it's sort of flat water, I would say. Well, that's where I've tried to cast it anyway. Well, no, it's where I've cast it. Let's just use some different words. Right, where's this? Alright. New bait, is it?
Yeah.
Can you get a pellet then?
Or boilie. The
Can you
boilie
get-
seems to be getting
Oh, fine. Get the boilie and then get the baiting needle. Please. And the baiting needle. Not in the fast water though, yeah?
What is happening with the texture? I don't understand it.
It's because the way you're... Huh?
I still see the movement.
Yeah. Every cast now it's going to go in with another ball of ground bait. Just get the rest of those pellets in there, I think. No, don't, please. Don't spread our fish around, we're fishing there. So how many pellets are you firing out? So, boilie on the left, boilie on the right. Give that a try. See you later, pal. Good luck. So I need to find a spot on this left hand side where I can cast and not lose the rig. I think that's going to be key to catching some barbel in this peg. Not at the time, isn't it? The lock keeper will be walking past soon, coming to check our permits. If you join us, we're fishing the River Thames this morning and we're trying to catch a chub or a barbel, and we've caught a couple of baby chub, 3 ounces type fish. We're just trying to get an understanding of the peg, where the fish might be, and you know, I'm told that you can pull fish from the right hand side or catch fish on the right hand side. I'm just not convinced they're living there. There's no cover. Well, yeah, but you're told there's a snag, but we've not hooked it. Maybe the snag's further towards the weir gate. What I mean is there's no overhanging branches or trees in the river. I'll just give you a quick view. So here it is to the right. So it's just a quick short bit to the weir gate here. And I'm told that you can pick up chub in the middle here. And I don't know if the chub is hugging this wall on this side. I suspect though that the chub might come in or around from the weir pool and come up here, and that's why people then catch the odd fish. Someone was fishing it who seemed to know what he was doing. He caught 2 fish when we were here, but that was over a 3-hour period, and this is not a big space, so I don't think they're actually living in here. What there is, however, is loads and loads of tiny fish. If I put a ball of ground bait out, they're boiling for it. So there's a absolute stack of small fish here. Over here is probably where the action's going to be, barbel side. The fast flowing water is on the far side. The far weir gates look like they're open more than the near ones. When we were here before, I think the fast water was all the way up to this danger sign. So I think only a couple of weir gates are open, which forces the fast water to the far side. Which means actually today is too hard to chuck there with these rods. I'd have to have different rods to even get over there. We have encountered some problems with boulders under the water, which I was told about, coming off of this danger sign, sort of just in a direct line. So if I chuck the feeder there, I lose it. If I chuck the feeder there, I lose it. So I've just chucked a little bit further to the left, which when these near gates are open might actually be on the crease. I'm not sure, but I'll see how I go with the feeder there. If not, I'm struggling to find a spot to chuck the feeder and not lose the hook length or the feeder. This water actually here is coming towards me. The force of the water on the far side actually creates this whirlpool effect, with actually this being more of a return. If I was to chuck this stick here, it actually goes to the right, it doesn't go out to the left. Not very quickly, but it's actually coming in towards me, which is quite well, you know, I'm not a big river angler, but I find it quite interesting. It's actually going to the right, even though the water's coming and the river goes to the left. That's why I think chub may come up here and feed up here and then go, and I think people catch them when they come in for a little look, and that's why they catch a couple and they don't catch 10, you know. So we'll see. We've been here for a few hours. We're currently sitting there with an 18mm boilie on both rigs, and we'll recast them in 15 minutes. So we're just trying to work it out really today. Try some things and see if it gets us a bite. We know there's chub that are caught from this peg. We know there's barbel that are caught from this peg. What we've got to sort of work out is, where are the fish? And what do they need? It could well be that we need to feed a lot more bait to get the fish to stop when they come through, when they're looking around. But previously, when we came, There was a guy fishing. I don't remember him having a massive amount of ground bait with him. Maybe we just need to be feeding pellets. You know, who knows? But we'll try it out, and we're gonna, you know, attempt to learn it. What you're going to do with a bit of trial and error. Something's having a look on that left-hand rod. Who's hitting the next bite, you or me? So you need to put the catapult down then. Because if that rod bows over, then if you don't grab the rod, I'll grab the rod. Alright? Just trying to work it out. We need a river weir fishing expert to come and give us some pointers, I think. Chuck that feeder. that far. I'll give it a go. Another feeder lost. Or at least a rig lost. When it came back, I don't know what we got caught on. We caught on something. So I'm going to try and chuck it over there. Lewis, it's just to the left of that big load of foam, the feeder. Right. Yeah, this is a massive load of foam. The big bit of foam is just to the left of that. Right. See what happens over there. Another ball in here. See the fish go crazy. Let's recast this one. Yeah, the smaller feeder, because what happens when you get a heavier feeder, it bends the tip a lot more, son. So you need a stronger tip to take it. So because I've scaled down to a 30-gram feeder, I'm able to chuck it further. So I've chucked it literally to the left of that foam. And now let's see what that does for us. So we'll leave that there for 15 minutes or so. I'm not sure it's gonna up the bottom quite like I want it to. Not quite sure where that little feeder's going to get bounced around, but let's leave it for a quarter of an hour and see where it goes. What's that for? No. Please. Because we're trying to catch some fish. You can do that when we're packing up. You can do that when we're packing up to go home. You're better off just getting that, Lewis. Here.
Put one pellet down and there's just look, just watch.
Yeah, watch.
So watch.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look at that on camera. See all the fish, absolutely solid with fish. absolutely solid. I'm saying to my son we need a cast net to just drop over the side. It's sort of the same sort of volume of fish as you'd find at a garden centre in a tank. There's so many. Oh, Lewis. Oh, get ready. Big jerk again on that right rod.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the tip, please? So I'm going to leave that left hand rod another 5 minutes, bring it in, see if it's stuck in loads of snags. If not, chuck it out there again. 2 more minutes, and I'm going to bring that left hand rod in again and try and recast again over by that fast water. Let's give it another go. Snags all over the place.
Did they see that open? That one's open the least.
Huh?
That one opened the least back. When the water
Snags and snags and more snags. Interesting, I don't know what that's snagged on. It takes that much pressure to pull it out of something. Oh, snap the hook in half. Look at that.
literally.
Still got the boilie. I'm like, oh, I've got it all back. I'd put up a pellet rig, please. Come with us. So, snagged over there, snagged over there, snagged over there.
People over there.
Huh?
People over there.
So if I go there, I snag, there I snag, there I snag, there I don't snag. Or do I snag there as well? I think I've snagged in all of these places in front of us, haven't I?
Yeah.
The only place we haven't snagged is down here. So I'm going to try and put it on this sort of crease there in the fast water. Unfortunate. This requires a bit of a rethink.
There are some fish down there big enough to eat.
You don't need to do it so quickly, by the way. No, it can just be a much slower motion. We generally don't fire catapults downwards.
Wow.
Yeah. Although, to be honest, in this case, no, because you just throw it. So wherever I chuck it to the left, I get snagged. It was this first couple of casts when I didn't. So if I think about this,
There's perch down there as well.
I'm sure there's all sorts of fish down there. That's why we're going to come back with the waggler rod, with a loafer style float that will bounce around in that water nicely, and we're going to catch a load of fish.
A new way to use it.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
But I think it was.
Okay. You should try and hit the danger sign.
This?
Oh, come on, don't do like that. That was a bite. Another snag. It was a bite. Okay, that's another feeder gone. Like the feeder graveyard peg this is. Right, let's get set up.
This is hot.
Yeah.
I hit it. See if this.
Right. Well, at this rate, we'll be out of hooks before we need to leave.
I'm pre-feeding the pig.
Certainly learnt a lot this morning, that's for sure. In terms of things, but unfortunately it's more about the fact that you're getting snagged up all the time. So that one was on the crease of that fast water, so I'm going to have to back off a bit and go for more in the middle.
We should refeed this after.
No, just leave it for the moment, put that in the rubbish bag. Chill out, sit down for a minute. Right. Can you get us a drilled bullet, please?
Maybe a double barrel. Or do we have any? No. We could start using lunch meat on the hook and try to get it from the car.
Trial and error. Yeah, I wouldn't do luncheon meat now because of the small fish that I've seen. They'll peck it to death.
Oh.
Left hand rod. Left hand rod, you watching? Pass us another one of the blue things and I'll tie another one up. Can I get another bullet, please? Right, so we've probably got another hour. No fishing left. One more, please. Right. It's into the rigs. Good lengths anyway, all made up. Last 3 hooks. Right, can you put those 3 on there? Right, tidied there. You put that back in there. Yeah. Let's recast both of these. No boulders, thanks, Philippe. What's that? Let's cast it out. Put this rubbish away. Pretty still, that water, really. When you think about how much that flows, I've just thrown a load in. No. Put back. So we'll do that when we pack up. Put them away, please. Right. So 10 o'clock. Back out to try and get right.
alive or anything. Made it
Huh?
turn like boulders.
What's that?
Made it the small fish turn like boulders.
Oh, we're not trying to catch the small fish.
Yeah, but they're not eating.
This is the. No, they don't. They can't grab it. That's the lock keeper. Yeah, I think that guy's the lock keeper. What was his name? Richard? Tighten it up a little bit. I think.
There's a sign over there that says day tickets available from lock. You don't have to
Day tickets available from.
lock.
Yeah, that's right. Check a bit of the pastry of that pasty and see what happens. Did the fish come for it?
What?
Check it in. Look at them all down there. Solid, isn't it? That size? Okay, they're just halved.
Hmm?
They're just halved in size. There's a lot of perch that size.
Not that one.
And I mean that size, and you went that size.
No. That one.
Is there?
It has some big pencils. Big chub as well.
Big chub now, are they?
Yeah, out of the small fish is big chub.
Out the big chub.
Small fish.
Well, I think we'll come round with a float and some maggot, and we'll see.
Maybe we have to use these on the back.
Maybe you need to.
Use these on the back. These bands.
Smaller pellet. But I think the chub have got massive mouths and so have the barbel, so they'll have no trouble eating the baits that we put out. You just have to assume that the fish aren't here. I think it's a fair assumption. We've put a load of ground bait out. We've just got loads of pellet in it. And to no avail. I don't think we've done anything wrong. To be honest.
One thing might be wrong spot.
What's that?
Might not be a good spot.
Oh, it is, but it is a spot for Chub and Barbel. Oh no, it is a good spot. So we know that. We've been told that, and we've seen the evidence of that. Yeah. The other spot is towards that tree from the grass bank, and I'm told, you know, there's chub living around that tree feature where those trees are in the water. All right. Yeah, I cast over there with the feeder. Maybe I need to cast over there with the feeder. I just get the feeling there's a lot of rocks and boulders under there. It has been quite uneventful though, unfortunately. See on the camera, just took that ball in. Solid big fish. Solid big fish. Let's just try something before we go.
Maybe we should use the other guy's boys.
No, thank you. Don't know what's in them. Just go and check them. Check them. You really don't know what's in them.
They're really bad boys.
So I think I'm just going to catch one of those fish down this edge. I suspect.
Oh, there's a biggest tank down there.
A big what?
There's like a 1 pound tank.
Is there?
Yeah. It's swam out from
I
over
suspect that
there. Then he swam out.
that rig is going to catch us a fish.
Oh, we are going to catch one. Just literally drop it down the side. Just drop it down the side. Wait, it's my turn to do.
Come on. I think that's the end of the serious attempts to catch any chub or barbel. And now we're just going to try and catch ourselves a little fish on huge hooks. It's a dead maggot. So, interesting session. We I had hopes for this peg today. I've had difficulty finding clear spots out in the main weir pool to catch. It's been a real problem. It's absolutely full of fish in this little corner. Well, it's actually full of fish all over the place here.
I got one.
Should I have one more cast with this?
You just pick them out of it.
Yeah. Slightly different place. So it is full of roach. Is it?
Oh, another one.
I see. So we have to come up again, I think. We've got to work this. We need to work out what's not quite right. There are loads of fish to be had. Question is, where are the bigger fish? Is it just a waiting game? Or is it a feed more game? Not sure.
Not very good at it.
Unclip the feeder from the run ring.
Can't you waste your time on it? Just bump into it.
There's fish to be had. In this little corner. I think if we came again, we could fish with little 30 gram, 20 gram feeders, small ones, cage ones, little pellet feeders. You know, maybe 4 or 6 mils on the hook. I think we'd catch. Also, I think we'd just catch with a 3 metre whip. I think we'd catch with a stick float. Something else. We're going to work it out. It might take us a while. But we are going to work it out. I see. So there's not fish here. There's plenty of fish here. We're just not using the right methods to catch the fish that are here. They really do come in for the ground bait, and then once that's gone, disappear. Yeah, it is like crabbing, yeah. It is like crabbing. Just hold the line, son. Just hold the line. And what is that? Dace. Right, well, we're going to call it a day. Put that rod down there, I think. So yeah, that's been it, really. It's Peg's going to present some challenges. Yeah, okay. Catching Is that a roach or a dace?
Really fat.
Is it roach or a dace?
Look at that. Proper fat. Oh my god. Almost my
It's a little chub. What a chub. Absolutely loads of these down there. There we go. Nice chub to finish. Catch you on the next one. Ta-da.